afternoon. My name is Marlene Pierre. I'm senior from Fort William First Nation. I've lived off the reserve all my life, and most of the time just as poor as the Indians on the reserve. I admire your work, but I
are important because we as communities conducting this work have to consider this. Where is our data? And it's most important that it's in our communities. I do just want to say thank you again, Leslie, and I'll bring you over your little gift. We're just going to kind of keep things moving a little just to stay on schedule. And so our next presenter, he'll be discussing some of these solutions from a tech perspective in terms of maintaining the possession. I don't know if I see him, but Jeff Ward founded Animici in 2003 and has orchestrated and managed its growth ever since. Everything Jeff does in business is geared towards uplifting his family, communities, and Indigenous peoples. He is Ojibwe and Métis, originally from Manitoba, and now lives and works in Victoria, BC on Lekwungen territory. Jeff is a software developer, product designer, author, and speaker. He has served on the board of Aboriginal Peoples Television Network, APTN, and its subsidiaries since 2018 and is a founding board member of the Indigenous Tech Circle. He also serves on the OECD Global Partnership on AI, GPAI, Experts Working Group on the Responsible AI, and is a fellowship leader judge for MIT Solve. Please join me in welcoming Jeff to the stage.
Anin Bojo, Jeff Ward Indigenous Kas, Makondo Dem, Animiki Kiwizan Sindago, Treaty 1 Donjiba, Lekwungen Donji. Hi everybody, my name is Jeff Ward. I am originally from Manitoba. Sorry, I need space for my. I'm originally from Manitoba, member of Sandy Bay Ojibwe Nation, and but I currently live on Lekwungen territory, colonially known as Victoria, BC. It's my first time here since I was a boy, a Giwizans. I shared with you, my name is Animiki Kiwizans, which means Thunderbird Boy, a name I got when I was a boy, and I met another Kiwizans sitting over here next to me. But yes, my first time here in a long time with the traditional territory of Anishinaabe and Fort William First Nation. And yeah, thank you for welcoming me here to Animiki Waju, where the Thunderbirds land. Chimigush to the Secretariat for bringing us together today. Secretariat really recognizes that our communities need technology solutions built by us, for us. So thank you for creating the space to share how we're reclaiming our digital futures together. But yeah, as I mentioned, my name is Animiki, which is also the name of my company, Animiki Indigenous Technology. So personally, for me to be here in this place as a Thunderbird really means a lot to be here. Is this the clicker to the right? Okay. So at Animiki, we are, at Animiki, we are technology providers. As mentioned in my intro, I'm a software developer by training, by background. And so, I always try to build technology solutions from an Indigenous worldview, from an Indigenous lens and Indigenous values. So, we face many of these challenges in technology, using colonial tools to build solutions that support our communities. And this is what I'd like to talk to you about today is making new systems led by Indigenous values and worldview, because I know the path we're walking together leads to something way bigger than all of us. When we work in relationship with good intentions, with technology that respects our ways of knowing, we're going to create new ways to protect survivors' stories, their memories, and continue the healing. So just last week, they say pointed that way, over there. It's not working? Okay. All right, thank you. Just last week, my team at Animiki, there are about 30 of us, about half of our team are Indigenous technologists. We met on the Kwangin territory in Victoria, and Elder Darren Colbert gifted our team with a language lesson. I figured if my team works at a Anishinaabe-Moan named company, we should probably learn some Anishinaabe-Moan. So he shared the kind of etymology, the breakdown of his understanding of the word Animiki. The word in our language, aki, for land, that key part is in Animiki. So, when the thunders, make that noise, you can feel it in the land, the ground shakes. And, so really it's when the ground shakes. So, the thunder beings are those that, those that bring storms, representing transformation and protection. And it's that transformation is exactly what we're bringing to data management and archives in our communities. Others discussed data management through a colonial lens. They collect massive amounts of information and then extract that, and it was said earlier, make money from it too, right? That sort of aspect of the value of data. A lot of solutions in big tech, they'll build a one-size-fits-all system that forces our stories into those colonial boxes or those colonial buckets of data. Indigenous peoples, we've been stewarding knowledge systems for millennia, and it's how we know what Animiki means literally and spiritually. All of our knowledge doesn't only exist in the past. It's alive, it's a living framework for how we protect and share information today. The Survivor Secretariat's work proves this. Survivors need their stories and their memories held in culturally safe ways. Their data, like each of our nations, must be sovereign, must be governed in a way that reflects their collective identities, their cultures, their inherent rights. So I think, it's a good time to maybe I can add to this notion of data and what data really is, really just kind of building on the presentations from the morning, from earlier in the day. But oftentimes when people think of data, they think about numbers, statistics, zeros and ones, bits and bytes, and maybe math. And yeah, that's all data, but so are our stories, songs, technologies. You could think about data as information. Often at Animiki, my company, instead of protecting data, we often say that we're protecting stories. And I love Laura saying earlier today, this morning, memories as well. When I did this, it worked. Okay. And I went too far. And we'll go back. I think it's just him moving it forward and back. Okay. Okay. So when I look at my own family tree, I see the Anishinaabe-Moan names that the Indian Act tried to erase. Community members lists hold our babies' names, our clan connections, and our data is one way to show how we're all related. A land survey, mentioned earlier, may hold knowledge of medicines, hunting, and ceremony grounds, and that generations have protected. But when a survivor shares their residential school reflections and story, they're offering truth that must be honored in a way a spreadsheet could never come close to. Thinking about data is something that is just recorded. There's so much in that memory. Every audio file or written document from an elder speaking contains that breath, that spirit, and those teachings. When a knowledge keeper records songs for future generations, these are the recordings that carry protocols about who can hear them, when, and why. Archaeological findings are data that prove that we've been here since time immemorial. So how is this different from the view of most companies and most governments? Western systems treat all of this data, this information, like oil oil to be taken and refined and sold. And these big tech companies, they see it as a resource that gains value through the processing of that data and the sale of that data, as was mentioned in the presentation previous to this. And we're increasingly seeing this with the rise of AI, or so-called artificial intelligence. AI needs that data, that raw data, to be taken, and they refine that and they sell that. So, to big tech, or maybe to governments, sometimes these are called documents, files, records, named after those manila folders that are used, for many years in an attempt to control and document our every move. But this is testimony, this is truth, and these so-called files need protection well beyond what a filing cabinet in a bureaucrat's office in Ottawa can offer. We need a place to honor their sacredness. So that's why we're building a better pathway. Google doesn't understand that some stories can only be told in winter. Microsoft, they don't know that certain knowledge belongs only within certain roles or within certain families. Amazon, one of the biggest data cloud providers, they can't respect that some data needs to stay within our territorial boundaries, as was just recommended here at this table. And Amazon is not going to understand that the land and where the data, where the P part of the possession is, needs to be under our indigenous laws. So in our work, and including work with the Secretariat, we've completely imagined the system from the ground up, using Indigenous rights as the basis for everything that we do. We've been building a tool for many years called Niwin, of course the Anishinaabe word for four. And our approach with Niwin as a data platform, and the community archives work that we do, really asks, how will this data serve the next generations and beyond, when we think about data and memories for 7 generations. So we built Niwin to put data back into the hands of people who own it, who steward it, who guard it, who protect it. Niwin, it's a seed, and from this seed, many other data platforms are beginning to grow. And each community sort of takes that seed and shapes it to their own needs. And in a few months here, I'm gonna talk to you about our work with the Secretariat, and I'll show you a demo of what this looks like in practice. Our community archives and records work with Niwin works to keep our stories, documents, and knowledge in the hands of communities. So I'm going to click next, or just say next and they'll click it. Next. Okay, this is the one. Okay, Les's slide also has something on UNDRIP, and there's going to be some crossover. But I'm kind of sharing this from like a practitioner side of when we have these protocols, how are we looking to sort of implement this? So I might breeze over this just a little bit. But yeah, Article 31 of UNDRIP's, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, describes our right to maintain, control, protect, and develop the manifestations of our sciences and technologies. So, UNDRIP, of course, is what the TRC's calls to action were built on and based upon. So yeah, super interesting that technology is specifically called out in a global international framework. But how do we do that? How might we use all of this data? How do we allow the right people to access the information and data that's meant for them? Next. Yes. So thankfully we just had a amazing presentation from Leslie at First Nations Information Governance Center, and there's been some groundbreaking rules there or guidelines developed. So all of these protocols are assertions of our inherent rights over our information. We own our data, how we control how it's used, collected and used. We decide who accesses it, all these things, and we must physically possess it. Interesting to hear that P part was sort of an important addition to the framework. And honestly, as a technology company offering web-based solutions, the P part is always the most trickiest part of possession for OCAP, because you could have a server on a computer. If that's sitting in the break room at your community, somebody could sort of walk out with that, right? So it's like, yes, in this era of web-based technologies, internet technologies, we're starting to see different perspectives on the possession part. So you can access that and export your data at any moment. Some nations and communities are building data centers with military-grade security, access to get into the building to control that data. And some choose to entrust that data with others. So, yeah, I think I might just cruise a little bit more through OCAP, since we just had a wonderful presentation around this. But, NEWIN, this data platform that we built now, I have to be very careful, because she just said you cannot say it's certified. But what we say is that we work with communities who are building OCAP principles into their work, and we have a technology platform that enables folks to meet their own standards. How did I do? Okay. But yeah, it allows, you can host it anywhere. You can host it on premise, in your office, but we also offer secure hosted solutions that are not Microsoft, Google, Amazon, that is hosted on Canadian soil, that meets EU GDPR standards and those kinds of things. So on the note of Indigenous data sovereignty, we do have a book. It's a free book called Data Back, and you can access it on the Animiki website, that has a deeper dive into Indigenous data sovereignty. Next. Yes. Great. Okay. But yeah, I want to share some lessons that we've learned about the steps that we take when we build new technologies led by communities. We've worked alongside Indigenous nations and organizations for over 22 years as a company. And I know what you're thinking. Yes, I was 12 when I started the company. No? But yeah, through this work building technology platforms, we built a process that we call pathfinding. It's a conversation-based process that allows, that honors how communities make decisions while centering Indigenous rights and sovereignty. And we do this all before writing a line of code, before looking at any documentation. We look at the policy, we look at the Indigenous leadership and the governance from every community that we work with, rather than a top-down, big tech companies telling you what to do. We really work from grassroots communities and are led by the elders and community members. And those real solutions emerge when all the voices come together and sit in circle together. We literally build software in rooms like this with elders, with survivors, because you all are going to know better than some tech company trying to tell you how to manage your data and your stories and your memories. So, we've had some deeply moving meetings with the Survivors Secretariat and other survivors groups, who need their stories held safely for future generations who will need access to this truth. So our pathfinding process, it involves collaborative remote sessions or sometimes in-person meetings. We held all of our sessions with the Survivor Secretariat remotely. We can sort of meet communities in person as well, or however communities want to meet with us. Not everyone has high-speed internet, and so technology must work for communities that are facing real economic barriers, and that includes the technology solutions that we build. Again, there's no one-size-fits-all approach to technology, and I would say that sovereignty means exactly that. sovereignty, and each community needs to decide what it means for them to, design data structures, manage data, how it works for them. This one-size-fits-all approach is what we're really trying to tackle through our pathfinding approach. But after pathfinding concludes, we deliver a report, and it outlines not only the functional, technical requirements in all of the designs, but making sure that we actually write in there sections around data sovereignty and how this will connect to OCAP principles or the CARE principles as well. So moving on now, I'll talk about our work with the Secretariat. And next, so our partnership, and these are just solutions really to help with my anxiety as a speaker. So you're looking there and not looking at me. So some art by our wonderful artist, Tom Spetter, at Animiki. But soon we will have a demo. So our partnership with the Secretariat represents a shift. We're getting these tools into the hands of community, and we're motivated by the same goals that we're talking a lot about today: Indigenous data sovereignty. That's not limited to those, to only those who can afford enterprise software. All nations and organizations need access. The Mohawk Institute Community Archive shows why this work matters. The Secretariat is uncovering the truth, and they needed a way to manage data, hold these memories and stories in culturally safe and secure ways. We're very close with NIWIN to offering something that was very important to the work of the Secretariat and Laura from day one. How do we get something like this into the hands of other communities as well? So I'm going to show you a demo of the Secretariat in just a moment, but in tech, sometimes you hear move fast and break things, and technology is moving fast and breaking things all the time. We really take the approach of moving slow and empowering people. And so, we're taking our own advice at Animiki, and sort of we navigate bringing NIWIN to the world. And so one thing I wanted to mention today is, as we get our community archive version of NIWIN, a version that others might be of interest to use, we're launching a fellowship program. We're calling it our Data Back Fellowship Program, which we're going to select some folks, from communities like yourselves, other institutions, value-driven organizations. They'll get access to NIWIN, to this platform as it evolves, and just recognizing that smaller communities and that are doing archival work maybe need a simplified data model or something, as communities are taking their data back from, archives groups or NCTR, Library and Archives Canada, these kinds of things, that, they might need something to work with. Again, more on the practitioner side and tools. So, if anybody's interested, there's going to be some support and mentorship and training as well. We're going to look to launch that. So if you're interested to learn a little bit more, please chat with me at the break. I have a note. I wanted to just talk also about, we talked a little bit about AI and training data. Now, I know a lot of our communities are having some success, my own community as well, around using Facebook for sharing data and stories and information. When we use these tools, this is also a way for big technology companies to use our data for training data, right? So, family research that is shared on social media, becomes part of the product of these large tools. And, whoops, something happened here. Nope, something's happening. Can I control it from here? Is this what's happening, or you're clicking it there? We'll go back. Actually, you can keep it here, that's fine. Yeah, so a bit of a tangent, but I just feel such an urgency that AI tools are going to increasingly being looked at for data needs of communities, and I just worry the increasing theft that AI is proving time and time again. It's more digital colonialism. It's something I'm just super worried about. So we're going to be talking a lot about these kinds of concerns through our data fellowship. Last thing I'll mention before the demo, there's one more thing. On November 5th, we're going to be hosting what we're calling Data Back Day, which will be also an online event where we're going to be talking about the steps needed to reclaim data from Canada, from church archives, NCTR, and several organizations will be sharing how they're putting into practice and reclaiming their data through some practical strategies and proven approaches. And so, yeah, I truly believe that our partnership with the Secretariat is really helping fuel a new movement to reclaim data from institutions who hold it. Okay. So what I'm going to show you right now is, again, it's not real data from the community that is current. It's kind of showing you a mock-up of, when you have all the data from all of these different systems into one place, what is possible of how you might search and access that. So we're going to go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is a login screen that offers secure access to folks like Micah and the data librarians, researchers that are working with the data. So I'm going to show you that side of it, as well as a sneak peek, a preview of what it might look like for eventually a community member to start looking at data. So secure login form like this. There's so many different types of records and data, including you see here data from NCTR and other sources. And the thing that is showing on the screen here is a global search, where you can type in a keyword search and it search across all of that and bring things into one spot. So here's an example of a keyword search, simply lot 5, and it pulls up some records. You can then click on some of those records, and the archival photo or document will show up there. If you have editing capabilities, sort of permissions in the platform, you can change all of that, update the data on the fly. So this is showing how quickly click into edit mode, and now the data is sort of right there. You can add new documents and all that kind of stuff. Just tons and tons of data here. So this is like your typical spreadsheet type of approach, but it's not in a Google spreadsheet, or it's something where the data can be collaborative. All of the cells and all of the data that is in there is fully editable. When you click over to certain tabs, different files, we have an advanced keyword search builder. So imagine looking at records from a certain time period. So here is an example at the top. Actually, I'll just zoom in, I think is the next slide. Nope, definitely not. I think it might be the one after that. I think it's just a delay. I think it's part of the thing. Okay, so at the top of the screen here, it says here under records, show me where the title contains a keyword, in this example, Indian Affairs, where the date is between the year 1901, and then it gives you a list of records. So you're kind of using these filters to go from like many records. You keep adding filters, you get fewer until you add keywords, and you can kind of build all of these things until you get to exactly what you're looking for. Great. Here is an example of the kinds of things you can search for. So, we brought the data back in from work that No History was doing in the Secretariat, so it's just like a ton of data, and now it's all searchable. So the drop down that's showing here with like the dark background is an example of many of the fields that are accessible to you. So yeah, just want to show, yeah, here's a zoom in of those kinds of things. So quite powerful as far as search goes. Here's an example of building a search. So you can say, show me all the text fields that contain a certain word or do not contain a certain word. We even have advanced keyword search stuff for the data librarians and researchers, so they feel comfortable. So that just kind of shows you the power of like the research tool to have everything in one place. But something that we're working towards rolling out more broadly is for community members to be able to go in and search for records. So here's an example again at the sign-in screen, and then you log in, see a bit more information about this community archive, and similar kind of thing. We have a global search, but it's less information. Of course, we need to be very careful on the data that is shown in the search. And also, you saw all of those fields and how complicated that gets. We're kind of working on a simplified data model, so you can simply search by a name. So in this example, searching for the word Mabel, pulling up a record for an individual. We have a bookmarking feature, so if people can kind of add people to their family tree of sorts or to records that they're interested in. And having related records as well to the individual. So that's just a sneak peek of something that we're building, where we're taking this theory of Indigenous data sovereignty, Indigenous-led and designed technology solutions, and creating something that takes that immense amount of data, all of those memories, and turns it into, offers something that is easier, hopefully easy to navigate, that gets community members the data that they really are looking for those, to hold those memories. But yeah, for time immemorial, we've shared knowledge through relationships and protocols, and now we're encoding those same values into technology. NIWIN as a database is protecting survivor stories, and those are becoming the foundation for protecting our grandchildren's innovations of tomorrow. This is how we're going to reclaim our digital futures, not by asking for permission, but by building the systems ourselves. The path forward is clear. Indigenous technology built by us, for us, and following our laws and our protocols. Our knowledge and our futures depend on it. Thank you. Miigwech.
Is this on? Yep. I don't know if anyone had any questions. Yeah.
So, Laura Arndt with the Survivors Secretariat. I just want to add to what Jeff's been talking about. We don't talk about the database in the context of database. When we think of bringing the children home, we're talking about how we protect them now. Mm-hmm. The database that Jeff and his team have been working on with the Secretariat is creating a space where we can protect the records, protect the memories of the children, number one. I think the other part of this is building a database shouldn't be an afterthought. It has to be a priority if you want to bring the records home, because they're only going to give us the records if we can meet the standards that have been put in place by the NCTR. So we have to meet or exceed the way they hold records so that we can claim and bring records home, and number two. Number three, one of the things that have been really important, and I don't want you to be intimidated, the view that Jeff shows you is the view that Micah sees. Micah's a researcher. she's not a community member. And so Jeff and his team, when we did the early pathfinding, really focused in on what survivors wanted to see in a database, but we can only build in phases because we only get money in small chunks. And so we built a way to bring the records home first, so we could get access to the records and documents and be able to demonstrate we could house them in a good way. Now that we have them, the focus is going to be building a system that honors the nations and the communities children came from. So now we start building rooms for each of the children's communities and nations, so that when communities access it, we want to be sure that they see we honor the memory of every child. And so Jeff and his team are working with us to do that. Number 3, it isn't easy. We've had very stressful conversations, problems with data migration, problems with it doing the things we thought it could do versus what a development team wants it to do. And so we've had to learn new languages and our communications with each other. But the thing was, and it has been beautiful in working with Anna Mickey, has been the fact that there has never been a moment that Jeff and his team didn't understand just how much the burden of responsibility is in creating this space. So I just want to impart to communities, the system is a good system. The system we're building, we will give to any community who wants to use it. And then you would work with Anna Mickey around the licensing. But the database we're developing is for any nation who wants it, so people don't have to repeat it.
Yeah.
And we want to work with communities, but I just want to impart just how important it is, because sometimes the beauty of what he just showed doesn't get to people because it looks like a database. But it's way more than a database. It's a safe space for memories. It's a protected space for memories. And it's a historic space that even in moving forward, our children, our grandchildren will be able to access these systems to get the truth because the communities own it. So I just wanted to pass that on.
Thank you.
Hello, Jeff. Jeff, our group, our project, the 3 First Nation places of Sagamok, Mississauga, Serpent River, we're already launched into collecting data, but we're using a program called Airtable. Is that the same thing? And if it is, I wish somebody had came along and told us about the program that you're launching, because it's First Nation. And anyway, it sounds really good. I just wanted to share that with.
Thank you. So Airtable is a very powerful tool. It can do a lot of pretty advanced data. The problem with Airtable is that it's a US company and the data is all hosted on US servers. So, you know, from a data sovereignty perspective, it can be a little tricky with that data, especially with what's going on with the US and US oversight into data platforms. Whereas something like this, you know, it can be hosted wherever you want it, the possession part of OCAP. So, yeah. But it's a great tool to get started in collecting data, but it's where that's going to live for 7 generations. You really want to be careful with that.
Yeah, for a bit of context, the Secretariat, in terms of the initial research database that we were using, was Airtable, but it's a bit cumbersome and it doesn't hold all of the data. So for us, we would have the information in one place and then we would have to go to another place to access the records and documents. And for us, that it's not helpful and it makes the process even longer. And so working with Anna Mickey has been so tremendous in the sense that they listen to the needs of what we require and also what's making my job easier. Because sometimes looking for a record that you know exists, but in terms of searching for it, it looks like it doesn't. Everything that has been put in place, whether it's the global search function or the advanced filter, it helps me and makes everything in my job way more efficient. So, I mean, I can't say anything like better things that I can say about this software, and I think it's so helpful. And for communities doing this type of work, I recommend you look into things like this.
So that's really my question is, like, we're starting with Airtable. If down the road and after careful thought, we wanted to do, switch to something like your program or software so that we could host it in our own area.
Yep.
How is there a process, or how hard would it be to just transfer our information into this software?
Yeah.
And or is it a really complex kind of thing?
It is complex. However, we've done a lot of the legwork with the Secretariat. So we have these scripts now that can migrate data from Airtable here. I think what Secretariat did is shipped an encrypted hard drive to our team, and we ran scripts to kind of get it in there. So yeah, it's absolutely possible. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I just had a question because you're talking about US servers. So all of the servers you use are within Canada, and you were saying like within the community. So does that mean like the communities are like, I guess, buying server space, or how does that work?
So we've vetted some hosting companies that run very secure data centers, and in particular that are not owned by a U.S. entity, because the data residency piece is also not the only thing to consider. For example, Microsoft Teams, that it's still owned by even if there's servers in Canada, it's still owned by a U.S. entity. So we've selected very carefully our data center provider. So we don't physically operate the data centers. And so the data that we host, it's on Haudenosaunee territory. It's in closer up to Montreal area, but it's actually its parent company is an EU-based company, which means we chose them specifically because they have higher data protocols that they very strict enforced EU protocols. But yeah, all the data is in Canada.
Thank you.
And if a community did have their own data center and they were comfortable, we could deploy this anywhere, and we have, yeah.
Hi. The data could anyone like myself go into that data or request data for certain individuals or certain things, or does it have to come from the nation through council or whatever in order to get that data?
Maybe Micah could answer that.
So for the Secretariat, what we've done is we've set systems into place to ensure that information is being shared with those who have rights to it. So, for instance, your types of records, that would have to come from you directly, unless you provide consent that others can access that information. For so long, survivors' information has been sold or used for research purposes, and so everything that we've set in place is ensuring that that doesn't happen anymore. And so for survivors that are still living, you are the first person. That is the only person that can access your information. In the instances where survivors have already passed on, that's where we're establishing next of kin to, again, ensure somebody's rightful access to that information. So no, nations won't be able to inquire on behalf, like inquiring about everybody. It has to come from specific people.
Could I get that information from my brothers and sisters? Like, they appoint me to be their spokesperson, and they ask for that information. Would I really get access to that information?
Yeah, so I don't know if everyone heard Leo, but Leo was asking if his siblings gave him permission or provided consent that he would have access to that information. And yes, you would have, so long as we have consent provided, because just like I'm sure you would be sensitive about your own records and ensuring that only people who should have access would have it, this would be the same case. So yes, if your siblings were able to provide that for you, then that would be no problem. Well, I mean, and that's, again, that's where the situations become different once an individual has already passed on. It would just be more or less, again, in identifying who has that access and basically how far back you would go, or how close it would be. So we're still working through it, Leo, and you'll help actually guide us being on our board. So these are some questions that we can have another time. So we have just one more quick question, but Jeff will be around if there's any questions on the side that anybody wants to ask, but here you are.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm Nishka, and I'm just wondering, I'm worried about our nation because there's so many people that are coming in our office, and I'm worried about that, and people getting all the information that are not Nishka. So I'm going to bring it to the board up when I go back to Vancouver, and I'm going to speak to the CEO and ask them if they could connect with you. I'd like to get more information from you and your card so I can provide that with the Nishka, because I really feel that we need to, really protect our stories, and because there's other people that are working in our office that aren't Nishkas, and they have access to our data and taking information. And I found out that, just talking with other people, some of them are revealing information and it shouldn't be going out. And I really feel today, and thank you everyone, thank you Thunder Bay, I don't know what the territory is called, but thank you for allowing me to be on your territory to learn and educate ourselves in a good way, in a spiritual way. And I'm really thankful today that I'm hearing all of you guys speaking, and you're really clear about this. You guys are so awesome. So awesome. My hands go up to you with thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've worked with Nishka. We started pathfinding on a project, more on the employment skills and training side. So I think that would be a good pathway. We can happy to chat. Yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody. Miigwech.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. Your framing and drive to ensure our stories and memories are kept in a safe and protected way, and I mean that collectively, supports our goal of preserving the memories of children in a meaningful and culturally sensitive way. Viewing data through our own worldview reaffirms why it's so important that we retain this information, and so that it doesn't sit in colonial institutions where it, is never touched again, or in the worst cases, it's mined. So again, we're very appreciative of the solutions that you're putting forth, and my hope is that communities here can take some of this away. So we now have about 10 minutes before 15, but we're going to say 10 minutes before our next presentation. So there will be light refreshments in the back there. So again, please feel free to take a moment. Again, just a reminder, the washrooms are just outside the door here. So yeah, we'll reconvene at 20 to 4. from Ryan Shackleton from No History. He's the CEO. So Ryan is the founder of No History, Canada's largest historical research firm. Ryan has 20 years of experience working as a public historian and has led large, complicated research files for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit governments. He has worked on Truth Commissions, residential school files, and more recently has been supporting the work of the Office of the Special Interlocutor, the Survivor Secretariat, the Akwesasne, the Council of the Yukon First Nations, and other First Nations researching their missing children in unmarked burials. Ryan is an expert in developing research plans, gaining access to historical documents, and organizing research teams. In addition to his expertise in archival strategies, Ryan has also conducted extensive field work with more than 200 oral interviews in traditional knowledge and land use interviews. Ryan has spent his career working with Indigenous communities on museum exhibitions, expert ownership, and access to their history through negotiating access at archives and museum institutions. He is also passionate about ways that technology can support community ownership and the telling of Indigenous history from an Indigenous perspective. Ryan lives in Ottawa with his wife and 2 children. If everyone can join me in welcoming Ryan Shackleton.
Today I'd like to talk about the government's attack on reconciliation through records. We've been working in this space for about 3 years now, and one of the major things that we've seen is a very determined and prolonged movement by the government to ensure that you don't access your records. So as was mentioned, I work for No History. We're a historical research firm. We've got about 80 staff members, and we do a variety of different kind of historical work. And about 4 years ago, Kim Murray asked us to get involved with doing some work on residential school files and pulling some documents specifically to the Mohawk Institute. And that's kind of ballooned up, and we've been doing a lot of different things since then, and realizing what the real struggles are for communities trying to access their records. As mentioned, we work with a variety of different communities and the Office of the Special Interlocutor, so we've seen quite a bit of information, and we've been through a lot of different pathways to try to access this information. I'd like to start this by framing that it's been 3 years since the 215 children graves were found, but residential schools have been around for 150 years, and more than 150,000 children were taken to these schools. You can't research that or heal from that in 3 years. I also want to highlight at the beginning of this presentation the government's commitment to reconciliation. On December 8th, 2015, Prime Minister Trudeau then said, in their mandate letters, I told the government ministers that no relationship is more important to me in Canada than the one with First Nations, the Métis Nation, and Inuit people. Let me say it once again, I give you my word that we will renew and respect that relationship. In 2022, Prime Minister Trudeau said, I am hugely impatient to do even more. I think the speed of reconciliation is something we are always going to have to contend with. But as Murray Sinclair pointed out today, what took generations to break in terms of relationships, in terms of community, is going to take generations to heal. In 2024, the Canadian government is dedicated to walking alongside Indigenous communities on their healing journeys, making it a top priority to support them in every step of the way. We will continue our work to support their efforts to identify children who did not come home from residential schools, to locate and memorialize related unmarked burial sites, and to honor those who died. This was just over 1 year ago this came out. And most recently, Prime Minister Carney, reconciliation is a generational task that must be lived and practiced every day by every Canadian. We will not fail you. But the government of Canada is failing you.
Let's turn to the records. The records don't hold the truth of residential schools, but records can help support us in our understanding. And whether it be about residential schools, the trauma that was created by them, or personal histories. These are my records. So in this, you'll see there's a woman here named Janet Shackleton. She was 25 years old, and she lived at 50 Main Street in England. And this was a boat manifest, and she was sent to Rhodesia. This was my grandmother. This is the house where she lived, and I was able to find that because of this record, and this was the boat that she traveled on. But that's not the story that my family holds. This is quite a comical story. My grandfather, who was a plumber, he left England in 1947, and he was sailing to Australia for a new life. He unfortunately got drunk in South Africa and missed his boat, and so he ended up staying in Africa. He then sent for my grandmother, who was less than impressed, and they then established themselves in Africa, where my father was born and where I was born. So while the records tell us things, they don't tell us the true stories. Those stories are held with survivors. But the records can provide a view into what those lives were, what the conditions were, and what everyone experienced in some of these places. That's why they are so crucial to identifying where the missing children are, but also the experience of children that were taken to residential schools. So who has your records? And I use that term very, very specifically because they really are your records. The records about you that were created about you. So the Canadian government is one of them. They're probably the largest record holder on residential schools in different departments. And a lot of those have been transferred over to the NCTR, and we'll talk about that. But they were in charge of financing these schools, paying the churches for your attendance, health and welfare. So they created an enormous number of records about these schools. The NCTR also holds records for you. They hold, I believe it's over 5 million records right now. And all of those were transferred after the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. But there's a whole host of other institutions that have your records, including the churches, hospitals have your records, private individuals have records, etc. And all these records are about you. But in many cases, they're very, very difficult to access. This, for example, are where all the records are stored for the Survivor Secretariat that we've been able to find. And there's over 50 different institutions. You'll see here, I hope you can see my pointer here, but down in this area is the Mohawk Institute, and we have records throughout Southern Ontario, we have records in Ottawa, we have records throughout Canada, and we have records in the UK, and those are the ones we know about currently. And all those records tell stories about the conditions, about what children were forced to do, about who was hired at these places. So it's not like everything is at the NCTR at this point. We'll get to what records are not there. I want to highlight that one of the key elements, and this has been highlighted by FNIGC, and I think I saw Jeff Ward there a moment ago, but they put out a lot of work on data sovereignty as well. And one of the key elements about records, and when you think about them being in 50 different archives, how does your community access them? Every time you want to access one of your records, are you forced to go to 50 different archives to look at those records? Or are you able to get to one place to go and see them? Currently, you would have to go to 50 different archives. And that's what the Survivor Secretariat has been trying to do, is collect records that can actually be housed in community for community access. Getting access to these records is not new. In 1996, the RCAP Commission called for access to records on residential schools, but also experiences of Indigenous people. In 2006, the IRS settlement agreement called for access to records. And in 2015, it was the TRC had multiple, we'll speak a little bit about that, multiple calls for access. So this is not new. 1996 was more than 25 years ago, almost 30 years ago now, that first call was made for access to these records. And then 2020 happened, and the potential unmarked graves were identified in Kamloops. And in 2021, the government turned around and they said, we will do whatever is needed. We will support you. We are going to fund you, etc. But it really was a lot of broken promises. In 2021, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau came out and actually said that all of the records from the government had been transferred to the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. But within a year, less than a year, within months, CERNAC and the NCTR reached an agreement to hand over another 875,000 documents and 11 school narratives that had not been handed over. Worse than that, in 2023, the Government of Canada announced that 13 federal departments had identified 23 million potential relevant documents. 23 million. How you could say that all the documents had been handed over and then turn around and say we didn't hand over 23 million documents is stunning, at least. So I'd like to talk about some of the actions that the government took, and there were four major ones. First, in 2022, it established the National Advisory Committee on Residential Schools, Missing Children, and Unmarked Graves. In 2022, they appointed Kimberly Murray as the special interlocutor. 2023 Residential Schools Document Advisory Committee, who was supposed to advise on how to get access to those 23 million documents, was established, and it had multiple Indigenous advisors, and I think there was about 19 government departments on this. And then in 2024, there was a Senate committee on Indigenous people titled Missing Records, Missing Children, and that was led by Senator Brian Francis. So in 2022, 2023, and 2024, the government takes all of these initiatives to get to records that they have. Well, let's look what happened to all of those. So they also established the fund to support communities, and each community was to receive up to $3 million per community each year to support the ongoing work. In 2024, and this may have been discussed already, all of a sudden, all the communities were brought onto a telephone call. They were muted, and they were told that there was going to be a maximum of $500,000 funding per year. This went from $3 million down to $500,000 on a telephone call. There was backlash, and communities eventually were able to convince them to rescind this. But the funding cycle that has happened since then has been abysmal. Many communities are still waiting for funding they've been promised. We actually, out of all the people that we work with, none of our communities have received their funding to date that should have been issued April 1st. Then the Document Advisory Committee that was supposed to be doing the work of advising on how to get access, what was relevant, etc., collapses in 2024. And they send a letter to the government saying that they didn't have enough money to do anything but have a meeting. They didn't have enough money to do studies, make recommendations, etc. We submitted an access to information request to the Canadian government about all information on the Documents Advisory Committee and why it was shut down, why it wasn't funded. And what was sent back to us was the agendas from the meetings. There's no way that the government didn't have more documents shared about this shutting down, the repercussions, etc. And to get that, we actually had to go to the ombudsman to ensure, because CERNAC had broken their promise and would not provide it to us within the time that was allotted. For the Senate committee, their findings were that, I'm going to go through a couple different finding committees, and this was Senator Francis, his committee. But the first recommendation was that the Government of Canada compel the Catholic entities to release records. The second one, to support and fund the efforts to locate and retrieving records across multiple jurisdictions. Recommendation 4, provide adequate funding in the next 2 years in order to expedite the work of locating and transferring documents to the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, and create an advisory committee to coordinate the search and transfer of those records. Recommendation 8, adopt a formal policy to proactively disclose information. Recommendation 9, change the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act to allow a broader discretionary powers under these acts to federal institutions to disclose the records. Not one of those recommendations from the Senate committee has been honored or even commented on by the Government of Canada. In 2022, the government appoints the Office of the Special Interlocutor, and Kim Murray is appointed as the interlocutor. Her role was to look into the legal framework and advise on that. Her report, which was massive, and I'm not going to go through all of these, but you can see many different recommendations that relate to Indigenous data sovereignty, sufficient funding, a national register, halt the destruction of records, changes to the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, which was a similar recommendation to the Senator Francis report. So we're hearing this multiple times from government institutions that were set up by the government. This is a picture of the final meeting of the Office of the Special Interlocutor. And this is the Justice Minister, and he's being given through protocol a copy of the report. His response to that report was, "We'll look into it." Several months later, Kim, when she was outside of her role, still went back and said, "Well, what are your responses to this report?" And it has been radio silence. There's an article you can look up where Kim has recently given her comments on it. The government, including the Department of Justice and CERNAC, have never responded to the entire report of the 2 years of work that she did. And we're over a year since that was done. Kim said, "They appointed me and they just used me. We appointed Kim Murray, we're waiting for her report." That's what they kept saying. They said, "Well, we can't do anything until we get Kim's report. We're waiting for her report." And her report was, I think, perhaps 6 months late. So it was about 2.5 years, where she set up and held national meetings, set up a team, wrote, I think it was about 3,000 pages. So it wasn't a long time. We've waited longer for ATIP requests. But they did that so that they could play off any urgency because they put it on Kim. But now that they've had it for over a year, they still haven't done anything. So that is what the Canadian government is doing currently with residential schools. You all probably have experiences, but I want to highlight all of those different institutions that were created and then basically either ignored or destroyed by the Canadian government in the last year. And why are the documents so important? Well, let's look at the Survivor Secretariat for an example. As I mentioned, there's over 50 different archives that we've been to look at different files and documents. There's oral histories, there's medical records, etc. But it's not all in one place. There was 31,000 documents as of July 2024 that were reviewed and added into a database that was created by Anna Mickey. It's an internal research database that allows people to, the librarians and such, to go in and pull information related to the school. It could be when buildings were built. It could be when different individuals were working there. It could be related to children, etc. That research has identified over 5,000 children who attended the Mohawk Institute during its 130 years. And within that, we identified where those children came from. This isn't just a Six Nations issue that their children were taken to the school. These were kids taken from all over Canada and up in Quebec. And this is not all of them either. These were the ones where we were able to identify where they came from. So you can see that even with this one institution, the huge impact it's had on Indigenous communities throughout Ontario, Quebec, and into the West as well. The documents also allow us to understand the grounds, and that's what this is all about, is finding the missing children. So this is what the Mohawk Institute looks like in the 1940s. And a lot of these buildings are no longer there, the trees are no longer there, but it gives insight where researchers may want to look, or ground search people may want to look for various things. So we knew in the front, based on records and oral history, about all of the orchards. When we get to the back of the building, we can see where the farm buildings were, the cow barn, pastures, etc. It gives us a sense of what was there in the past and understanding where the graves might be. But it also gives us a sense of real stories of real people. So this is Dorothy Herkimer, and she was taken to the Mohawk Institute in 1929, and this has come from a variety of different documents. She was admitted in 1931 to the Brantford Hospital, so taken from the Mohawk Institute with a severe headache and a stiff neck, shoulders, and legs. She had swollen glands, and she had had them for 4 months and not been treated. She was diagnosed with tuberculosis and then transferred to the Lady Willingdon Hospital. She died 5 days later at just 11 years old. This all comes from different records, but this is a child that was there, that passed, and now we can start to put together her story because of the records. And her grave is not at the Mohawk Institute, but we know she died because of the Mohawk Institute and catching a sickness while she was there. And tracing her and where she may be now, that's part of the effort. We talk about mass graves, and I know a lot of the denialists talk about that, but there was children sent everywhere to die, and in many cases, their parents were never informed about it. So with that, I want to talk about the legacy of what happens next, considering the government has now said that they will no longer be funding this after April 1st of this year, not that they funded it this year. But the questions I want to ask are, how do you keep this movement for truth going? You cannot rely on the government for the funding. How do we get records to communities? How do we get all of this disparate records into the community so that you can protect it over time? What are the sources of sustainable community funding? Because the government has not been sustainable in that. How do communities develop skill and capacity to maintain the records? Where will the data be saved? For data sovereignty, where should the records go? And lastly, how do you ensure that the information collected doesn't go gray and sit in another inaccessible place? And by that, I mean, when the funding runs out on April 1st, what are communities' opportunities to really ensure that this lives on? And it has to live in your community. It has to abide by your protocols. It has to be part of what your community wants to do with this and access. The last thing I'm going to talk about, and then we'll open it up for questions or discussion, is part of this legacy is holding the Canadian government accountable. In 2026, there's going to be a permanent People's Tribunal, which is an international tribunal. Will be coming to Canada in Montreal, and it is going to be, this was started with the Native Women's Shelter of Montreal. And basically, international judges are going to investigate and hold the Canadian government accountable for crimes against humanity and genocide. If you go to www.ourtruths.com, you can learn more about this. And they're asking for participation in this. It'll be a 5-day tribunal. There's been about 40 of these around the world. And within this, they're looking for people to testify, provide evidence, etc., about the harm that was done by residential schools. Now, 5 days is not a lot of time to talk about all of the harm, but they're hoping for a decision on this. It's being led, as I mentioned, by the Native Women's Shelter. Krista Big Canoe is one of the legal people on it. So I would invite you to all go to ourtruths.com and get involved with that. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen and open up for questions or comments.
Does anyone have any questions or comments for Ryan? Ryan, one of the questions was, why didn't you come to Thunder Bay? I'm just.
Oh, I would have loved to. I really, really would have.
And then it was, we love you, Ryan. It's Nicole Baxter.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. he was just thinking it was someone anonymous. Where am I looking? Oh, back there.
I don't know if you see me, but you probably hear me.
I can see you now, yes.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Hi. I was just wondering, like, I know you said that we cannot depend on the government for the funding for the continuation of this project that's going on. So what would you say for, like, the next generation of, like, the new leaders of Indigenous youth and to fight for these rights for our ancestors, our families, youth, and children, like, especially knowing that there are archives and records out there. It just, I believe that it's something that should be well known and very more talked about, especially in schools and just everywhere. And my own daughter, who is 16 now, she did not really know like the horrors and everything that we as people went through. And now she knows, like, she has went to conferences and delved into a lot of the records and what has been going on, like, in Canada regarding the genocide of Indigenous peoples. But I just wanted to know, like, what would be your recommendations on continuing forward?
I've been thinking about that a lot, and I don't have very good answers, but I can share with you what I know. Moving forward, I think it is community capacity building. It is getting people in your own community trained on how to access these records, how to collect them, how to store them, working with, I don't know if Jeff Ward has spoken already, but working with, like, programs like NEWIN and maintaining that intergenerationally. So in your heritage centers or your community libraries. Now, there's a lot of thought that needs to go into it. It's not as simple as just bringing the records there, because you need to think about access, etc. But you can't rely on outside consultants like myself moving forward. It needs to be community-based, and it needs to be intergenerational, that you are having summer students come in and learn how to use these programs, how to do archives, how to do that, so that you always have access to it in the community. Now, that's a funding thing for communities, and I know a lot of communities struggle with funding.
Yeah.
But if you're going to control that documentary heritage, then it needs to be within your community. Short term, there's funding. The Anglican Church is giving out funding for reconciliation, $50,000 grants, which they're looking to get that kind of money out there. There may be corporate partnerships with banks, et cetera, that you're working with. We know that they have funds for reconciliation as well. And then looking at other government funding opportunities. So getting people that can apply for all of these funds through, like, the Museums Assistance Program, and keeping a dedicated stream focused on the documents and getting them back into your community. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be competitive. but it is, those are the things that I would suggest in the interim until the government wises up and starts realizing that 150 years can't be fixed with 3 years of funding. Well, not even 3 years, because how many communities have gotten their funding this year? Very few that I've heard of.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. This past week in Saskatchewan, the community of Isle La Crosse got $40 million from the premier. It was announced. Now I don't know what they did up there. I don't know how come we can't do it here to get some monies like that. I don't know if we're not making enough noise. I know the military in Canada is making lots of noise, and they got something like $4 billion for new jets.
Yeah.
But they can't seem to find money for us there. What are we doing wrong? We're not making enough noise? Just a short answer would be nice. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't speak for the government. I can speak, Isle La Crosse, I think that was a 25-year court case for them to get that they had to take the government to court. There is another fund, if you're not aware of it. There's a society called the Four Pillars Society. And basically, I think what happened was the government did the Indian residential school settlement and paid out individuals and said, okay, we're done, we're good. Whereas Four Pillars, they took the government to court, and I believe it was 300 odd nations. Again, it was a lengthy court, but they said there was it wasn't just individual harm that happened at res schools. It was a collective harm to our communities. And this set a precedent, and the government was found guilty, and they paid out billions of dollars. If your community is part of that settlement agreement, there is some significant funding available to your community for health and wellness, for language revitalization, etc. So check out the Four Pillars Society to see if your community is part of that. But you may want to start looking at something like that, holding the government accountable, not just for the individual harm, but for the collective harm of your community.
Good afternoon. My name is Irene. I'm an elder from Saskatchewan. And actually, I looked at the Four Pillars Society, and our First Nations will be receiving $200,000, and that's it, like over a period of years. So what can you do with $200,000? You know, that's not very much money, so, you know, $200,000, what's that going to initiate? What's that going to, what's it going to do for our communities? You know, you said $1 billion, sure, if we could get $1 billion, that'd be wonderful, but $200,000 not going to go very far.
I'm not an expert on this. Thank you for your comment, but my understanding is it's $200,000 to plan your project, and then you can receive $1 million a year for multi-years. But they give an initial $200,000 for the planning of it.
Does anyone else have any more comments or questions? Okay. I don't know if you can see me, Ryan. I'm going to just stand.
I can.
So I just wanted to say thank you for your dedication and support. I think your presentation poignantly exposes the constant backtracking at the federal level. Communities and nations must consider the path forward. And these questions are essentially, how do we ensure capacity building and the legacy and where this work all goes. So again, thank you for your presentation, and well, I'm sure we'll chat soon.
Yeah, I'd just like to say you were the perfect example of capacity building in your community. You've taken over all of this work, these documents. You are now the expert and the person advocating for documents in your community. So if anyone wants an example of community capacity building, speak to her. She's got it nailed.
Thank you.
All right.
You take care.
Thank you so much for having me, and I do apologize I couldn't be there. Safe travels home, everyone.
Thank you, Ryan.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, everyone. So that concludes today's agenda. I did just want to let you know that it is 20 after 4, and dinner will be served in this room at 5 o'clock. Just a reminder to come back for that, but our day tomorrow again starts at 8 a.m. So I don't know if you guys want to go get some fresh air or whatever, but come back for 5. Thanks.